你知道吗？有一种安静，只有在极北才能听到，不是没有声音，是所有声音都被冻住了。今晚，我把那种安静带给你。
The fire is behind you now. You do not remember deciding to leave it, only that at some point, the warmth at your back became something you were aware of, rather than something you were inside of. And then your feet were moving, and now the glow of it is fading behind your shoulder blades, and the dark ahead is wide and open and very still. The ground beneath your feet is soft, not wet, just carrying the memory of moisture, the kind of earth that holds what the sky gives it, and releases it slowly through the night. Each step is quiet. There is no crunch, no scrape, only the soft give of old ground accepting your weight and releasing it again as you move forward. The air has already changed. It is cooler than it was. Not cold yet. That will come. But the warmth of the fire has left your face, and what replaces it is something cleaner, thinner, carrying a quality you can't quite name, like air that has traveled a long distance to reach you, like air that has passed over water, over open country, over something dark and very large. You breathe it in and your chest opens a little wider than usual. The path ahead is visible, barely, but enough. There is a quality to the sky tonight that makes the darkness slightly permeable, as if the dark itself is radiating something faint and sourceless. Not moonlight exactly, not starlight exactly, something older than both, perhaps, or something that neither sun nor moon ever troubled to touch. The ground is a shade lighter than the world around it, and you follow it without hurrying. Ahead the land opens northward. You know you are moving north because the cold tells you. Not the cold of winter exactly, more a coolness of direction, as if north is itself a quality the air carries, a kind of slow and patient stillness that deepens the further you lean into it. The trees you pass, tall, dark-limbed, with bark that feels smooth and cool when you let your hand drift across it. They are spaced widely enough that the path between them is almost a road, almost a welcome. There is no hurry in this landscape. You do not feel it asking anything of you. The fire is gone now. You have walked beyond its glow entirely, and behind you there is nothing but the same open dark that waits ahead. This is not uncomfortable. It is simpler, perhaps. Without a warmth to return to, movement becomes its own kind of rest. Your feet carry you forward, and the ground receives each step, and the air moves gently past your face, and this is enough. This is, in fact, quite sufficient. You breathe out slowly. Your shoulders have dropped without your asking them to. The stories about where you are going are old, older than the roads, older than the names people have given to things. They come from a world before this one had settled into its current shape, when the land was still learning its own edges and the seas were still deciding how deep to become. In those texts passed from hand to hand across so many generations that the paper itself became something like memory, there is a mention of a sea, the Northern Sea. In that text the sea is described simply, without ornament. It is there. In it lies an island. The island is dark. Those who find the water there, those who drink it, something about them persists, continues, settles into a life that does not rush toward its own conclusion. That is all the text says. It does not promise brightness. It does not promise warmth. The paradise described in those old words is cold and northern and dark, and the word used for it, the character that gives the island its name, Xuánzhōu, is the same character used for depth, for mystery, for the particular color of water so deep that it has become something other than water. Dark Isle, not as a warning, as a description, as a quality the place simply has, the way a stone has weight. This is where your feet are taking you. You have been walking long enough now that the rhythm of it has become its own kind of stillness. Your legs move without much consultation with the rest of you. The ground continues to receive each step with that same soft acceptance. The air continues to move past you, cooler now, carrying its faint mineral quality. Something like distant water, something like very old stone. The sky above you is remarkable. It is dark in a way that city skies rarely manage, in a way that even countryside skies can only approach on certain nights. There is no gradient here, no pale horizon bleeding upward into deeper blue. The sky is simply entirely itself, a deep and settled darkness that holds its stars lightly, the way still water holds the reflection of things above it. The stars are not blazing, they are quiet, they appear to be resting. Your jaw has relaxed without your noticing. The path beneath you is narrowing slightly, or perhaps the trees on either side have drawn a little closer, companionably the way tall things lean toward warmth on cold nights. Their branches overhead make a loose canopy that the stars show through in patches. Walking beneath it is like walking through a room whose ceiling is full of small, dim windows. The cold continues to deepen, not sharply, gradually, the way night deepens, by such small degrees that any single moment feels the same as the last, and yet when you consider the whole of it, something has shifted. The air is thinner now, cleaner, carrying less of the day's warmth than it was an hour ago. Your skin has adjusted. Your body has settled into the temperature, accepted it, begun to move through it without friction. This is the cold that belongs to the north. It is not the cold of deprivation. It is not the cold that calls you towards shelter and away from exposure. It is something more specific than that. A cool clarity, a quality of air that asks nothing of you except that you be present in it. You are present in it. You are walking through it at a pace that feels natural and right, and the dark ahead continues to open, and the path continues to hold you, and the trees continue their slow lean and sway in whatever wind is moving at their crowns, high above where you can feel it. You are not seeking light. This matters, and the body seems to understand it before the mind does. There is a quality of relief in moving away from brightness rather than toward it, as if the whole long habit of seeking illumination, of orienting toward the lit and the warm and the visible, can be, just for tonight, released. The dark ahead is not an obstacle. It is not a problem awaiting a solution. It is a direction, a destination, a place the old texts knew and named, and held open for anyone willing to walk toward it. Xuánzhōu waits somewhere in the north, in the black water of the northern sea. There are gold halls there, the text says, but they are gold halls in darkness, and the darkness is the point, and the gold does not blaze. It simply rests inside the dark the way a warm coal rests inside its own fading. You breathe in, the cold air fills your chest and settles there a moment. You breathe out, and the path continues. and your feet continue. And the night around you is very large and very quiet and entirely without urgency. Ahead, the trees are thinning. The sky is opening. The ground is beginning, very gently, almost imperceptibly, to slope downward, northward towards something you cannot yet see, but can already almost sense. A change in the air, a depth in the darkness, a vastness waiting just beyond the next long stretch of quiet walking. The trees continue to thin. You notice it gradually, the way the canopy overhead opens in pieces, not all at once, as though the forest is releasing you slowly rather than letting you go all at once. First a gap between two pines, then a longer stretch where the sky is visible in a wide pale band above the path. Then, almost without your realizing it, you are walking through scattered stands of trees rather than through forest, and the sky above you is enormous, and the air has changed. It is cooler now, not cold yet, that will come later, further north, further along the path you're already on, but noticeably cooler than the air behind you. It moves differently too. There is a steadiness to it, a directness, as though it is coming from somewhere specific and has not been interrupted along the way. You feel it against your face, against the backs of your hands. It carries almost nothing in it. No smell of wood smoke, no warmth of distant hearths, just the clean, open smell of distance, of open land, of sky. The path slopes downward still, gently, consistently. You settle into the rhythm of it, the slight forward lean that a gentle descent asks of you, the easy lengthening of your stride. Your footsteps are quiet on the ground. The path here is dry and pale, the soil packed and smooth, and your feet find it without difficulty in the low light. You do not need to watch where you are stepping. You can simply look ahead or look up or look nowhere in particular and let the path carry you. And the sky is changing. You have been watching it without quite deciding to. The part of your attention that is not needed for walking has been resting there, on the deepening overhead, on the slow shift that has been happening since you left the last of the trees behind. The sky behind you, to the south, still holds a remnant warmth in its color, the faintest memory of the hour when it was blue. But ahead of you, in the direction you are moving, the sky is a different thing entirely. It is indigo, not the flat accidental darkness of an overcast night, but a blue so deep and so considered that it seems to have been arrived at deliberately, like a color chosen rather than simply left by the departing light. There are stars in it, not many and not yet fully visible. They are just beginning to assert themselves, emerging slowly the way details emerge when your eyes adjust to a room after you have turned out the lamp. One here, 3 clustered there, a single one brighter than the others, sitting just above the line of the horizon to the north. You walk toward that star without thinking about it. It is simply ahead of you, and you are moving forward, and the star is the most specific thing in that direction. Your breathing is slow and easy. The path beneath your feet continues to slope downward, and you can feel it in a small, comfortable way. The weight shifting forward through each stride, the joints of your knees absorbing the angle without effort. You are not tired. You are not hurrying. You are simply moving at the pace that this path and this night and this cooling air have suggested, and it feels correct. It feels like the only pace that belongs here. The indigo of the sky deepens. There is no single moment when it crosses into darkness. It happens by degrees, the way sleep happens. Not a threshold, but a gradual shifting of one state into another, so that at some point you notice you are in a different place than you were, without being able to say exactly when the change occurred. The blue is gone. What remains is darker than blue, more complete, and yet it is not the undifferentiated darkness of something absent. It is a darkness with a quality, a darkness that feels inhabited, not by anything threatening, not by anything restless, but by the sense of something settled, something that has been this way for a long time and is entirely at ease with itself. You notice this about it. You slow your pace, just slightly, not because you need to rest, but because there is something about this darkness ahead of you that deserves your attention. The way a room that has been left quiet for many hours deserves your attention when you enter it, not because anything has happened in it, but because the quality of its stillness has accumulated, has become a kind of presence. That is what this darkness is, a presence, not an emptiness. The old records, the ones that speak of the northern sea and the islands within it, do not describe this region as desolate. They describe it as deeply settled, a place that has come to rest so thoroughly and for so long that rest has become its nature rather than its condition. The darkness here is not what remains when light has gone. It is what was always here, underneath the light, waiting patiently for the light to finish. You feel this in your body as much as you see it with your eyes. There is a heaviness in your limbs that is not fatigue. It is something softer than that, something more like ease. The kind of heaviness that comes when tension you were not aware of holding begins to release. Your shoulders have settled lower than they were when you began walking. Your jaw is soft. Your hands hanging loose at your sides are not gripping anything. The path continues. The star on the northern horizon, the one you have been walking toward without intending to, is brighter now. It does not flicker the way stars sometimes flicker nearer the horizon. It holds its light steadily, with a kind of patience that belongs to things that have been in their place for longer than you can think about. The slope has eased, and the path is running more or less flat now through the open land. The scattered trees have disappeared entirely. There is nothing to either side of you but the cool, dark ground, and above you, that enormous northern sky. The stars are out fully now. Not crowded, they are spaced generously, each one given its own portion of darkness, and the darkness between them is as much the point as the stars themselves. You look up. There is no urgency in it. You simply lift your eyes and let the sky be what it is. The darkness between the stars is not empty, it has depth. You can almost feel the distance held inside it, not as something frightening, but as something restful. A silence that goes on, unhurried. A breath moves through you, in slowly, out slowly. Your chest rises and falls, and the cool northern air fills your lungs completely. And when you breathe out, the air carries a little warmth with it from your body, and that warmth disperses into the larger bark and is gone, and it doesn't matter, and that is fine. The path is very quiet here, no wind now. The air that was moving earlier has settled. You can hear your own footsteps, the soft, patient rhythm of them, and that is nearly all. Something far off to the west might be a bird calling once, low and brief, and then not calling again. The land absorbs the sound immediately, without echo, and the silence that follows is a little deeper than the silence before. This is what the text is pointing toward. Not a place of blazing light and singing and ceaseless radiance, but a place where the darkness is a welcome, where the cold is a gentleness, where the long northern night is not a hardship, but a gift. The Xuánzhōu that lies ahead, the dark island in the northern sea, is already prefigured in this sky, in this path, in this cooling air that asks nothing of you. You are getting closer to it. Not quickly, there is no hurry, but with each step the air is a little more itself, a little more northern, a little more settled into its own particular quality of stillness. The darkness ahead of you is a little more complete than the darkness above you, and in that deeper dark at the horizon, you begin to sense, not see, not yet, the first faint suggestion of water. Not the sound of it, not yet, something subtler, a change in the way the air carries, a dampness that is barely there, cool and clean, arriving so quietly that you are not sure at first whether you're sensing it or remembering it. You slow another half step. You breathe in carefully through your nose. Yes, there it is, the faint edge of something vast, cold water, a long way north, holding the darkness against its surface, the northern sea, still distant, still beyond what you can see, but present now in the air, in the quality of the darkness ahead, in the way the path seems to lean very gently, very patiently, in that direction, as though it has always been leading here, and knew it, and was in no rush to arrive. Your feet carry you forward. The star holds its place on the horizon. The sky deepens overhead. The darkness around you is full and still, and it is not the darkness of something missing. It is the darkness of something whole, something that has settled into itself, the way the earth settles after long rain, the way a room settles into quiet after the voices have stopped and the lamps have been turned low. The path continues north. You continue north. And the air is cool, and the sky is very large, and somewhere ahead the water is waiting, dark and still and patient. And you are not yet there, and there is no hurry, and your feet move on in the soft, familiar rhythm of walking, and the night holds you, and you let it. The path begins to change beneath your feet. It has been firm ground, packed earth, then harder stone, and now it softens, almost imperceptibly at first, as though the soil here holds more moisture, as though the deep cold has kept something of the last rain in the earth. Your footsteps grow slightly quieter. The sound they make is less a tap and more a settling, a small compression of wet ground. And you notice this the way you notice a change in your own breathing, not with alarm but with a slow, attentive recognition. The land is still here, still beneath you, but something ahead is different. You cannot see it yet. The path descends in a long, gradual slope, and the darkness ahead is denser than the darkness behind you. Not blacker exactly, but heavier, as though the air at the bottom of the slope has been here longer, has had more time to cool and settle and become still. The single star that has been your companion this whole while still holds its place, low and steady, and you walk toward it, and the slope continues down. The smell reaches you before the sound. It comes on a current of air that moves against your face, slow, unhurried, like the breath of something very large and very calm. Cold brine, salt and depth in the faint mineral edge of stone that has been wet for a long time. It is not an unpleasant smell. It is a very old smell, the kind that seems to come from a time before you had words for it, and it moves through you quietly, the way cold air moves through an open room, touching everything without disturbing it. You breathe it in. You let it go. The sound comes next, so gradually that you are not sure when you first begin to hear it. It is not the sound of waves. There are no waves here, or rather whatever motion the water makes is so slow and so slight that it barely earns the word. What you hear is closer to a settling, a vast, continuous, barely perceptible adjustment, the sound of something enormous at rest. You stop walking, not because you are tired, not because there is something wrong. You stop because the path has ended, or rather because the path has become something else, a rim, an edge, a place where the ground simply stops, and the darkness below becomes a different kind of darkness. You are standing at the shore of the northern sea. The records name it the northern water. The deep beyond the northern edge is the mapped world, the water that the old texts describe as lying beyond ordinary reach, beyond ordinary direction. Those texts, written long ago by hands that must have felt the same gravity of it, called it not just a sea, but a boundary, the place where the measured world released its hold, and something older, larger, less nameable began. And standing here now, you understand what they meant. Not the deep blue of a night ocean, not the gray-green of a cold sea under clouds. Black, a true absolute black, the color of ink that is dried on the page and holds its darkness even in full daylight. Except here there is no daylight. There is only the sky above, deep and dark, and the water below, darker still, and the line between them is almost invisible. A seam so fine that the sea and the sky could be the same thing, could be one continuous darkness, folded over itself. You stand at the edge for a long time. Your breathing has slowed. You notice this the way you notice the brine in the air, not as an effort, not as something you have done deliberately, but as something that has happened on its own, the way breathing always does when the body finds a rhythm it trusts. In, out, the cold air moves through you. The smell of the sea is all around you now. The water is still, absolutely still. You have stood beside water before and called it still, but this is something beyond that. The ordinary stillness of water is an intermission, a pause between movements, a surface that could at any moment be broken by wind or stone, or the motion of something living beneath. This water does not feel like an intermission. It feels like a conclusion, like water that has arrived, finally, at the condition it was always tending toward, perfect, complete, motionless rest. And yet it is not dead. That is the thing you cannot quite explain to yourself standing here in the dark. The water is alive in the way that stone is alive, in the way that the earth underfoot is alive, slowly, deeply, on a time scale so long that the word alive barely fits the thing it's describing. Something is present in this water, something patient. You look out across it. The surface does not reflect the stars the way you might expect. A still lake under a clear sky is usually a mirror. You look down and see the sky looking back at you, the stars doubled, the whole vault of night reproduced below. This water is different. It takes in the light from above and holds it, draws it downward, absorbs it into its dark body. The stars do not shine back from the surface. They simply stop at the waterline and do not continue. The sea absorbs rather than reflects. This is the thing that sets it apart. You feel the weight of your own body, not as a burden, as a presence. The weight of your shoulders, the weight of your arms at your sides, the solid, specific gravity of you standing here at the edge of the world's northern water. There is something settling in that awareness, something that asks nothing of you, only notices. Your feet are on wet stone now, at the very margin of the land, and the stone is smooth and cool under your soles. The air is colder here than it was on the path. Not a biting cold, not a cold that wants something from you, but a settled, deliberate cold, the kind of cold that exists for its own reasons, that has nothing to prove, it simply is. You breathe it in, and it fills your chest with a clean, quiet weight, and when you let it go, the warmth that leaves you with it seems like something you didn't need anyway. The old records describe this sea as the border of the world, where darkness is not absence. And, standing here, you know what that means in a way that words move around without quite touching. The darkness over this water is not the darkness of a lamp that's been blown out, not the darkness of a room where the light has failed. It is the darkness of something that chose this, something that found its final form in the long cold of the north and stayed. It is darkness as destination. The sound the water makes has not changed. That low, barely there settling, that immense, comfortable adjustment. You have grown so used to it already that you know you will not hear it again as a separate thing. It will become the ground of all other sound, the baseline, the way the sound of your own heartbeat becomes the ground of silence when you lie very still. A faint mist sits above the water, just at the surface, almost invisible against the darkness but perceptible. A softness, a slight blurring of the line between sea and sky. It does not move. It hangs there without agitation, without direction, as if it has forgotten that mist is supposed to drift. You stand, and you breathe, and you look. The star that led you here is still in the sky, still low, still steady. Its light falls onto the surface of the water and disappears, taken in, held without being returned. You are in no hurry. This is the thing about arriving at a place like this. There is nothing to do with it, nothing to accomplish or understand or carry away. You do not need to memorize it. You do not need to cross it, not yet. You only need to stand here and let the cold air move against your face, and let the smell of brine settle into your clothes, and let the sound of the water's enormous stillness become the sound of your own rest. Your jaw is soft, your shoulders are low, the stone beneath your feet is wet and smooth and very old, worn not by human feet but by the slow, patient lapping of this black water over spans of time so vast the mind slides off them without finding purchase. You feel that oldness through your soles, through the wet stone, and it is not a frightening thing. It is a comforting thing, a thing that says, you are small, and this is very large, and that arrangement is exactly right. The sea is there, the dark isle, Xuánzhōu, the place of dark water and long life, lies somewhere beyond that stillness, somewhere across the unmarked expanse where the stars go to stop shining. Not far, not close, simply there in the dark, the way that rest is always there, not a destination you have to fight your way to, but a place that waits, without impatience for you to simply move in its direction. You stand at the edge of the land. The water is black and still and very wide. The cold moves gently against your face, and somewhere behind your eyes, in the darkness that belongs to you alone, something has begun to settle, the way the earth settles, the way the whole long quiet north has always been settling, in the deep cold, at the edge of the world, where darkness is not absence but arrival. You do not step into a boat. There is no boat. There is only the water and the direction, and the slow, certain knowledge that the island is there, waiting as it has always been waiting, in the dark. Your feet leave the land, and yet you do not fall. The water holds you, not the way ice holds, brittle and uncertain, but the way deep cold holds, with a patient, even pressure. The way the earth held you when you first lay down on it, as a child, and felt, without knowing the word for it, that the ground was enough, that being held was enough. You move forward. Not quickly. There is no hurry in this. The pace is the pace of breathing. One slow exhale, one slow return, and between each breath a space where time does not quite proceed. Your feet find the surface of the water, and the water accepts them. The cold rises up through the soles of your feet and into your ankles and settles there, clean and clear, like a river stone held in the palm. The shore behind you fades. You do not look back. There is nothing unkind in turning away from it, only the gentle logic of moving in a single direction, the way a river moves, the way a cloud moves, without resistance and without regret. The land dissolves into the dark. The dark closes quietly behind you, the way water closes behind a hand drawn slowly through it. And you are in the middle of the northern sea. The sky above you is the same sky it has been since you turned north. Deep, enormous, salted with cold light, vast in the way that only northern skies are vast, where the stars do not cluster but spread thin and distance over immense distances of dark. The surface of the sea mirrors it imperfectly. The reflections are longer than the stars themselves, stretched and softened by the slow movement of the water, by the gentle rise and fall that you feel now beneath your feet. A breathing, as if the sea itself were resting. You breathe with it. Your shoulders drop a little. Your hands, which may have been held slightly tense without your noticing, they soften now. The cold air moves into your lungs, and the warmth moves out, and in the space between the two there is a stillness that belongs entirely to this moment, to this crossing, to the open dark water of the north. There is no sound except the sea, not silence. It is never quite silent over open water. There is a low, continuous sound, like the sound of breath in a very large and very quiet room, like the sound of distance. The surface moves in long, unhurried swells, and each swell makes a soft sound against itself as it rises and falls, a sound without beginning, without end, the same sound it has made since long before any person stood at the edge of this sea and looked north. You keep moving. The water ahead of you is dark. The water behind you is dark. The sky above is dark and full of cold, unhurried light. You are a single, small, warm thing moving through the center of an enormous quiet, and the quiet does not diminish you. It receives you. You feel it the way you feel a room go still when someone you trust enters it. A loosening, a permission. The island is there. You cannot see it yet, but you can feel it. The way you can sometimes feel a presence in a dark room before your eyes have found it. A slight thickening of the air, a quality of depth that is different from the open expanse of water. The sea itself seems to know where you are going. The swells are a little softer now, a little more deliberate, as if the water is guiding you with the gentlest possible current. You have never been lost. In this place, in this sea, in this particular kind of northern dark, there is no such thing as lost, only the space between where you were and where you are going. And that space has its own quality, its own value, the way the pause between one breath and the next has value, the way the moment just before sleep has value, full and warm and complete in itself. Then, far ahead, a shape. It is barely a shape at first. It is only a density in the dark, a place where the horizon seems slightly fuller than the open water, slightly heavier. You might mistake it for a cloud. You might mistake it for a low ridge of deeper night. But you keep moving, and it stays where it is, and slowly, the way all things on this journey seem to move, slowly it becomes more clearly what it is. Land. Dark land, rising from dark water, with the sky behind it only barely lighter than the island itself. The shape of it is long and low, and then suddenly, at its northern edge, it rises, a forested ridge that cuts a soft, irregular line against the sky. Not sharp, not dramatic. The profile of a place that has been sitting in the cold for a very long time, growing patient and smooth, the way stones grow smooth, the way old wood grows smooth. You feel something in your chest, not excitement exactly, something quieter than that, a kind of recognition, as if some part of you has been here before, as if the island is not a new thing, but a remembered thing, half forgotten the way a dream is half forgotten, present in the body as warmth, rather than in the mind as image. The island grows. As you move closer, the ridgeline separates from the sky. You begin to see the individual masses of trees along the upper ridge, not clearly, not with the sharp detail of daylight, but as shapes, as silhouettes, as the suggestion of pine and cedar and something darker and heavier growing along the stone. The trees do not move. The air here, this close to the island, is still. Whatever wind reached you over the open water has quieted itself, as if in courtesy, as if even the wind knows to soften its voice in this place. Below the ridge the land slopes toward the water. There are stones. You can see them now, the low dark shapes of the shore, the way the water laps against them without urgency, without the violence of waves. A sound of that lapping reaches you, soft, rhythmic, patient. The same sound repeated, the same sound over and over, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere, content to be only itself. Your feet find stone, not the cold surface of the sea, but actual stone, wet and smooth and very solid, the stone of the island shore, and as your weight settles onto it, you feel the island receiving you. This is not a metaphor, it is a physical sensation, the density of the ground, the way it pushes back against your weight with exactly the right amount of resistance. The way it says, simply and without ceremony, here, you are here. The ground is beneath you. You have crossed. You stand on the shore of Xuánzhōu. The water is behind you now. The island rises ahead of you. First the shore stones, then a line of low vegetation, then the dark mass of the tree line, and above that, still and barely visible in the darkness, the beginning of something else. You have to look carefully to see it. You have to let your eyes adjust. Let the dark do what dark does when you stop fighting it and allow it to show you what it contains. There, above the trees, the faintest geometry, a line that is too straight to be a branch, too deliberate to be stone. A shape that suggests a roof, not the steep demanding slope of something grand and blazing, but a long, low, softly curved line, the way a roof looks when seen from a great distance in the dark, when it has settled into its surroundings over a very long time and no longer announces itself. It is simply there. a part of the darkness that has taken on a slightly different quality, a darkness within the darkness, shaped by human intention, shaped by the will to make a place of shelter in the deep north. The palace of the grand dark capital, Xuánzhōu, is above you. You cannot see it fully. You may not see it fully for some time, but you know it is there the way you know lying in a dark room that the ceiling is above you. Not by seeing it, not by reaching for it, but by the simple certain knowledge that the space above you is held, that something is there, patient and permanent in the dark. Your breathing has slowed. You may have noticed this, or you may not have. It does not matter. The breath has found its own pace here on this shore, slower than the pace it held over the open water, slower than it was when you first left the lit world behind. The cold of the island's air moves through you, clean and deep, and as it moves through you it carries something with it, a quality of the island, a quality of the north, a stillness that settles in the chest and stays there. The trees are ahead, the stone shore is beneath your feet, the water moves softly behind you. Above, beyond the dark canopy of the ridge, the geometry of the palace waits, not calling you, not demanding anything, simply present in the way that all things here are present, completely, quietly, without urgency. You take one step forward, off the wet stone and onto the dry ground of the island. The sound of your footstep is small and soft and completely absorbed by the dark. The island takes it in without comment. The trees do not stir. The geometry above the ridge does not change. The water continues its slow, patient conversation with the stones of the shore. You are on the dark isle now, and the dark of this place, the specific settled northern dark of Xuánzhōu, presses gently and warmly against you, the way the darkness behind your own closed eyes presses gently, the way rest presses gently, offering itself without condition, asking only that you continue moving slowly in its direction. You take another step, and then another, and the ground under your feet is different from the stones of the shore. It is softer, not soft the way sand is soft, giving way and shifting, soft the way a thing is soft when it has settled completely into itself, when it has been still for so long that stillness has become its nature. The way old earth gives under old trees, the way ground gives when it has been holding the same roots for a very long time. You slow down. You do not decide to slow down. The island does not ask you to slow down. It simply becomes clear after 2 or 3 steps that hurrying is no longer a thing that fits here. It is the way certain rooms will not let you raise your voice, not because of any rule, but because the room itself has a quality that makes loudness feel wrong, out of place, slightly absurd. Xuánzhōu is like that. Your next step is slower, and the one after that slower still. The air reaches you properly now. On the water, the air was cold and moving, carrying the smell of brine and depth. Here, just a few steps from the shore, the air is different. It is still cool. It is always cool here, this far north, this deep in the story of a place that was built around the idea of a settled, unhurried cold. But it has lost its edge. The air on the northern sea cuts. The air of Xuánzhōu only rests against you, the way cool silk rests against warm skin, the way the inside surface of a pillow rests against your face in the first moment of lying down. You breathe it in slowly. There is something in it, something you cannot name exactly. The smell of deep earth, the smell of stone that has never been moved, The smell of trees that have grown so slowly and for so long that they have become indistinguishable from the ground they grew from. Not a heavy smell, not a thick smell, a quiet one, a smell that belongs to a place that has been left alone for a very, very long time and is better for it. The trees begin here only a little way from the shore. They are dark trees, their trunks wide and smooth, their bark the color of the sky above them. Not black exactly, but deep, deep gray, a gray that has been settling toward black for longer than you can hold in your mind. Their branches rise and spread without urgency. They do not reach for the light. There is no sun here to reach for, and they have made their peace with that long ago. They simply grow upward and outward, the way water fills a vessel, filling the space that is available to them with the same unhurried completeness. The canopy above you is dense, but not dark in the way that feels closed. It is dark in the way that feels held. You are underneath something that is watching over you with no particular intention except to be there, to remain, to continue being what it has always been. The feeling is the same as lying in a familiar room with the curtains drawn, aware of the walls around you, aware of the ceiling above, aware that the room is holding you the way all rooms hold the people inside them, simply, without effort, without end. Your shoulders drop. You had not known they were raised, but as the canopy closes over you, and the last pale light from the open sky above the water disappears behind the dark branches, you feel your shoulders settle downward and your neck lengthen, and you understand that you have been carrying a small tension, the tension of open space, of exposed sky, of the crossing, and now you are no longer carrying it. The path, if it is a path, is visible only as a slightly softer darkness among the trees, not a cleared way, not a made thing, but a natural corridor where the undergrowth has thinned, where the roots have grown to either side, rather than through the center, where the ground is a little flatter, a little more willing to receive a footstep. You follow it without deciding to. It is simply the way the darkness opens. Your footsteps are almost silent here. The ground is layered with years and years of fallen things. Needles, leaves, the soft debris of seasons so numerous, they no longer count as separate events, but have become a single continuous softening. Each step presses gently into this layer and is received and held, the sound absorbed before it can travel, the way sound is absorbed in a room where every surface is soft, where the walls take the noise in and keep it, and the room remains quiet. This is worth noticing, how quiet it is. Not the quiet of emptiness, not the quiet of a place where everything has gone away. This is the quiet of fullness, the quiet of a place so thoroughly itself that there is nothing left over to make noise about. The trees are fully trees. The ground is fully ground. The dark is fully dark. There is no friction anywhere, no gap between what this place is and what it means to be this place. And from that completeness, a quiet arises that is not silence so much as the sound of everything being at rest. You are walking more slowly than you have walked in a long time, and it occurs to you, not as a thought you're pursuing, just as something that drifts through, that you cannot remember what you are hurrying toward before you came here. The urgency that lives in ordinary days, the sense of movement toward something, the feeling of time passing and needing to be filled, all of that is somewhere very far away, on the other side of the water, in a world you left when you left the lit shore behind. Here there is only the next step. and then the one after that, and the pace between them, which is growing longer and more comfortable with each exchange. Your breathing is slow and even. You feel it now, the full weight of your own body, moving through this dark, soft northern air. Your feet finding the ground again and again, your lungs filling and releasing in a rhythm you did not set, but have fallen into the way water falls into channels that are already there. Waiting. The darkness of Xuánzhōu presses gently around you, and you understand something about it that the word darkness by itself does not carry. This dark is not the dark of something removed. It is the dark of something added. A presence, not an absence. The way the night is not the day with the light taken out. The night is its own full thing, with its own weight and temperature and quality of attention. This island lives entirely within that understanding. There is no sun here, no brightness toward which this place aspires. It was made for the dark the way certain creatures are made for deep water, completely without compromise, without apology. And because of that, the dark here is at peace with itself. It does not strain, it does not push. It simply is what it is, all the way through. From the dark water of the shore to the dark bark of these wide trees to the dark sky above the canopy, to the darkness that lives in the spaces between the roots, in the hollows of the rocks, in the folds of the earth itself. All of it the same darkness, all of it at rest in its own nature, and you moving through it slowly, breathing it in, are beginning to share in that rest. You pass a stone. It is large and rounded, and sitting at the base of a tree, as if it has always been there, as if the tree grew around it, or the stone grew up from beneath the tree, and perhaps both things are true. Its surface is the same deep gray as everything else here, a little cool to the touch, you imagine, though you do not touch it. You simply notice it, this stone resting at the foot of this tree in the dark, resting as it has rested for longer than you can feel, settled so completely into its resting that the word resting no longer quite applies. It has gone past resting into something more permanent, something more final. It has become still. There is a soft sound somewhere off to your left, deeper in the trees. Water moving over stone. Not a rushing sound, a slow sound, a sound with long spaces in it, a sound that pauses and then continues, the way breath pauses and then continues. You do not move toward it yet. You simply hear it. It is far enough away to be a sound you receive, rather than a place you go, and for now that is enough. The path continues ahead, curving gently upward through the dark. Above the canopy, somewhere beyond the reach of these branches, the palace geometry waits, those dark rooftops, those warm gold lines, the palace of the grand dark capital that the old records describe. Gold halls, jade rooms, a place built at the top of an island that was built around the idea of lasting rest. You are not there yet. You are walking slowly through the trees, your feet soft on the deep layered ground, your shoulders easy, your breathing long and even. The island holds you, not the way a hand holds, grasping, deliberate. The way a room holds, the way a familiar darkness holds when you close your eyes and the room receives the weight of your attention and simply stays there, present and quiet, asking nothing, offering the one thing you needed without knowing you needed it, the permission to be still. You continue up the path, and the trees continue on both sides, and the soft sound of water continues somewhere in the dark behind the trees, and the darkness of Xuánzhōu continues to press gently and warmly and completely against you, all the way in. The sound of water is closer now. You have been hearing it for some time, a low, continuous presence in the dark between the trees, threading beneath the sound of your own footsteps. But now the path bends, and the trees thin slightly, and the sound comes forward as though it has been waiting for you to catch up. You slow without deciding to. The ground changes underfoot. The layered softness of leaf and moss gives way to something firmer, smooth stone, flat and cool, set close together in an old arrangement that makes the path feel more deliberate here, as though whoever laid these stones intended for travelers to slow, intended for them to notice. You notice, off to the left, just where the last large tree stands before the ground opens into a small clearing. Water moves in the darkness, not a river. Something quieter than a river. A stream, perhaps, narrow, contained, moving without haste, along a stone channel that is so old it has lost its angles, its edges worn to smoothness by water and years, and the particular patience of this island. The water itself is dark. Not dark the way still water is dark at night, reflecting nothing, holding the sky's absence back at you. Dark in a different way, a color that belongs to the water, rather than being borrowed from the dark around it, as though the water itself carries depth, the way certain stones are darker than the ground they come from, the way certain hours of the night have a quality the hours on either side do not. You step off the path. Your feet cross the smooth stones moving toward the stream, and the air changes as you draw near. It is cooler here, noticeably cooler, the kind of cool that comes up from moving water, quiet and constant, carrying something mineral and clean. You breathe in and there is the faintest edge of something, not cold exactly, not sharp, but present. The way the air inside a stone room carries the memory of the stone. The stream runs without sound at first, or the sound is so low, so close to silence that you only hear it when you stop and stand still and let your own breath settle. Then you hear it, a soft, continuous murmur, water over stone, not rushing, not tumbling, moving the way things move when they have been moving for a very long time and have long since lost any urgency about where they are going. You crouch beside the stream. The stone at the edge is smooth and slightly damp, and you place one hand on it and feel its coolness come into your palm, travel up through your wrist. You look down into the water, in the dark of the trees, in the dark of Xuánzhōu's particular and settled night. The stream is barely visible, but you can see enough. The slow movement of the surface, the deeper stillness below it, the way the current carries without disturbing, moves without any sound of effort. The old records noted it plainly. Those who drink this water at length, who return to it and live beside it, and let it become part of the rhythm of their days, may receive long life. Long life. You sit with those words for a moment. They mean something different here than they do in the lit world, in the world of motion and urgency and brightness. In that world, long life means more of everything. More days, more mornings, more doing and arriving and beginning again. In that world, the thought of living longer is a thought about extension, about adding. But here at the edge of this dark, unhurried stream, in the northern dark of an island that does not promise light or warmth or arrival, the words settle differently. Long life here might mean something else entirely. Long rest, the slow accumulation of quiet, the days that pass gently and without violence, one giving way to the next with the same ease this stream gives itself to the stones beneath it, not the endless pursuit of something just ahead, but the ongoing permission to be exactly here, exactly still, exactly as unhurried as this water. The gesture is slow, deliberate, the way all things are deliberate on this island, not because you are forcing care into your movements, but because the island itself has drawn the hurry out of them. Your hands descend toward the stream. The cool of the water reaches you before your palms break the surface. A cold so steady and clean, it feels almost like a sound, like the water is announcing itself to the skin of your hands before it touches. The water closes around your hands and it is colder than you expected, colder than the air, carrying a deeper chill that comes from somewhere underground, somewhere the stream begins in darkness and silence before it surfaces here, running quietly through the island's interior, eventually returning to whatever slow, dark source feeds it. Your hands fill, you lift them, slowly, and the water in your cupped palms catches, very faintly in the diffused moonlight that reaches this clearing, a quality you do not have a word for. It is dark, as you saw from above, but held in your hands it is also clear, both things at once, the way deep water is both. You drink, the water moves into your mouth and it is the coldest, cleanest thing you have tasted, not sharp with cold, but deep with it, the way a stone room is deep with cool, the way a night after a long warm day is deep with its own relief. You hold it for a moment before swallowing, just a moment, long enough to feel the weight of it, the stillness of it, before it becomes part of you. Your body settles slightly, your shoulders drop a little further, the muscles across your upper back, which have been carrying the weight of walking, of being upright, of moving through a landscape however beautiful, those muscles release something, just a little, as though the water has given them permission. You take a second handful. This one you drink more slowly, small sips the way you might drink something that mattered. The cold travels down through the center of your chest. You feel it as a presence, a column of coolness moving through you, not unpleasant, the opposite of unpleasant, something that resets quietly the temperature of your interior, as though a gentle hand has passed through you, smoothing. You are in no hurry to stand up again. The stone beside the stream is smooth and wide enough to sit on, and you settle there, your hands still slightly damp, the cool of the stream moving past you with its patient, continuous murmur. The trees stand on all sides, dark and still. The path behind you is somewhere in the trees. The palace is somewhere above. The northern sea is somewhere beyond the island's edge. But those distances don't call you, not the way distances usually call, with their small voice of urgency, their reminder that you are not yet where you are going. Nothing on this island calls that way. You breathe. Your breathing has slowed. You notice, slower even than it was when you entered the trees, slower than it was when you crossed the shore. The water has done something, or the sitting has done something, or simply the island has done what it does to everything that stays here long enough, persuaded it toward rest, the way a deep current persuades a leaf, not by force, by being itself so completely in no hurry. The stream continues beside you. It does not speed up. It runs the way it has always run, through the dark interior of Xuánzhōu, along stone worn smooth by its own passing, toward wherever it goes with the same unhurried intention it carries here. It has been running perhaps for as long as the island has existed, and the island has existed for a long time. The water, the old records say, offers long life. You think you understand now what that means in this place. To drink here, is not to receive more urgency. It is to receive more of this, more of the quality of this moment, the stream's unhurried passing, the cool dark air, the sound of water that is barely sound, the stillness of sitting with no need to arrive anywhere. Long life in the northern dark, measured in evenings like this one, in coolnesses like this one, in the weight of your own body at rest against smooth stone. Your eyes are soft, not closed, not yet, but the darkness of the trees and the darkness of the water and the darkness above, where the sky of Xuánzhōu holds its own particular dark without apology or absence, have all become one continuous dark that rests easily behind and around and inside your gaze. You are not trying to see anything. There is nothing here that needs to be seen. The stream moves beside you. The cool air settles. Your breathing is slow and full and slow again. You remain by the water for a while longer, your hands at rest in your lap, the cool stone beneath you, the murmur of the stream becoming something you no longer register as separate from the silence. It has folded into it, the way all the quieter sounds of this island fold into one another until the whole island is simply a single, layered stillness. When you finally rise, and there is no hurry, there is no urgency in the rising, it comes as naturally as a slow breath. Your legs feel heavier than before, not tired, settled, weighted with rest rather than effort. The path is still there between the trees. The soft ground receives your steps. Above, somewhere through the dark canopy, the palace waits, its gold halls and jade rooms, its silence, its particular quality of shelter. You move toward it the way the stream moves, not rushing, not hesitating, simply continuing, one quiet step and then another, carrying the cold, clean taste of the water with you as you go. The ground rises here, not sharply, not with effort, just a slow, steady inclination beneath your feet, the kind of rise that you feel first in your calves, then in the backs of your thighs, a gentle pressure that asks nothing more of you than to keep moving forward at the same unhurried pace. The trees have changed. You notice this without quite being able to say when the change began. The low undergrowth is thinned. The trunks around you are taller now, and darker, their bark smooth and nearly black in the dim light that filters down from somewhere far above. The canopy is denser here. Less sky reaches through it. What little light exists has become a kind of soft diffusion, not a source, not a direction, simply a quality of the air itself, as though the dark above you has its own faint luminosity. Your footsteps have quieted. The soft ground of the valley has given way to something firmer, not stone yet, but packed earth, old and densely layered. The kind of ground that absorbs sound rather than returning it. Each step lands with almost no sound at all. You are climbing in near silence through a forest that seems to receive you the way deep water receives a stone, without resistance, without interruption, simply closing around the fact of your passage. The cold that settled on the shore is still with you. It has deepened slightly with the altitude, not sharpened, not biting, but fuller. You breathe it in, and the air reaches further, deeper into your lungs than air usually does, as though your chest has quietly expanded on this island to hold more of it. The path winds between the trees. It curves left, then right, following no logic that you can determine. Not avoiding obstacles, there are none, but moving with a kind of ease that suggests it has found the gentlest way through rather than the most direct. The slope is always present beneath you, always gradual. You are always climbing, but it never feels like climbing. somewhere above you, and you are only now beginning to sense it. Something is there, not visible yet, not even quite audible. It is more like a quality of the darkness ahead of you, a slight density or weight to the air at the top of the rise, as though the space up there is already occupied by something large and still and patient. Your breathing is slow. The cold air moves in and out of you in long, even exchanges, and your legs carry you steadily upward. And the forest moves past on either side like a dark river, and you feel the weight your body has gathered in this day of walking, in the crossing, in the shore, in the stream, and it is not a heavy weight, not a burdening one. It is the weight of fullness, of being settled into yourself. The first thing you see is not the palace, it is light, a single suggestion of warmth, low through the trees, amber and very soft, not bright enough to reach you, not bright enough to name the shapes around it, but present, warm, unmistakable. You move toward it. The trees thin imperceptibly as you walk, the canopy drawing back just enough for that soft light to find more room between the trunks. It does not grow brighter as you approach. It simply grows more defined, more real, until you begin to see that it is not one light but many, distributed along something vast and low and dark. The first wall. It rises out of the forest floor as though it grew there, dark stone at its base, enormous in proportion but quiet in presence, not assertive, not imposing, simply large, the way old mountains are large, with no interest in announcing themselves. The stone is the deep gray of the island itself, smooth and very slightly cool-looking, even in the low light. Along its upper edge, set at long intervals, are the sources of that amber warmth, lanterns, or something performing the function of lanterns, their light enclosed and gentle, pointing downward rather than outward, illuminating the stone at their feet, rather than the sky above. You stop walking for a moment, not from hesitation, simply to let the scale of it arrive in you at its own pace. The wall extends in both directions and disappears into the trees. You cannot see how far it goes. You sense that it goes very far, that this is an enclosure of considerable size, set back from the shore and from the stream and from the lower parts of the island, built or perhaps simply grown at the highest point the ground offers. The palace waits above its own wall, and you can begin to see the suggestion of roof lines. They are dark against a dark sky, at first nearly invisible, but as you look, and your eyes have learned to work differently on this island, learn to find shape in gradations of darkness, they resolve slowly, the curves of them, the long, unhurried arc of each eave, rising at the corners, not dramatically, not sharply, but with a gentleness that softens the whole structure into something that seems less built than grown, and at those eaves, there, not blazing, not reflecting, not what you think of when you think of gold and firelight, that urgent, leaping brightness. This is something older, a gold that has settled into itself over a very long time. It glows the way the last coal in a fire glows after the flames have gone, warmly, quietly, with a light that seems to come from within the surface, rather than to strike it from outside. The gold is deep, burnished to something past shine into a kind of warmth. You breathe. The night air is cold on your face, and the warmth from those distant gold surfaces seems to reach you not as heat but as comfort. The knowledge of heat, the suggestion of it, enough to ease the cold without disturbing it. Your body has continued to carry you forward without your quite deciding it. The base of the wall is closer now. You can see where the stone is jointed, the long horizontal lines of it, and the way moss or something like moss grows in those joints. Dark green and quiet, adding to the impression that this structure has been here long enough to be absorbed into the island, to become part of its natural surface. A gate stands in the wall ahead of you, open, not open as though someone left it open as though it has always been open, as though closing is not something it does. The opening is wide, and the darkness beyond it is of a different quality than the darkness outside. Softer, more contained, the darkness of an enclosed space rather than an open one. You step through. The stone of the threshold is smooth beneath your feet, worn smooth by what? By the passage of others? By time alone? It doesn't matter. It is smooth and it is solid, and it receives your step without sound. And on the other side of the wall, the air changes. Warmer. Very slightly the cold is still present, but the enclosure holds just enough of the gold lantern glow to shift the temperature by something small. A fraction of a degree perhaps, not enough to name as warmth in ordinary terms, but enough that your body registers it, enough that your shoulders ease a half measure downward without any instruction from you. Ahead the palace itself, this close, the scale of it settles into you more completely. The great dark walls rise above you, punctuated at regular intervals by those low burning gold surfaces, not windows exactly, more like panels or inlays or the exposed ends of something inside that is warm, and the roof lines you saw from the forest are now overhead, those slow patient curves, dark tile and amber edge, the whole structure resting under its own roof the way a sleeping animal rests, settled, complete, deeply still. There is no sound from within, no voices, no movement, no evidence of occupation except the warmth of the gold and the quiet that is too full to be emptiness. Somewhere inside those walls there are gold halls. The old records name them Jintang, gold halls, and jade rooms, Yusha, their surfaces cool and green in the low light. Rooms built not for ceremony, not for gathering, not for the performances of power that gold usually announces, but for something quieter, for rest, for the particular stillness that belongs to a place where long life means long rest, where immortality is not endless wakefulness, but endless permission to be still. Your legs have carried you a long way tonight, from the shore, through the trees, along the stream, up this slow rising path through the dark forest. They are not tired. You have said this before, and it remains true. The island does not tire you in the ordinary way, but they are done with walking for now. Something in you knows this. Something in you is already looking for a place to stop. Not yet. One step more, and another, moving along the face of the palace wall toward a doorway that opens ahead of you, and the gold light from inside spills out across the stone floor in a low, warm rectangle, and beyond it the air is quiet and holds the faint smell of something, cedar perhaps, or pine resin, or simply the wood of a very old structure resting in the dark. And you move toward that warmth the way you moved toward the stream earlier, drawn not by urgency, but by a quiet recognition. This is where you were going, not because you chose it, not because a path led you here, but because this place, this palace of the grand dark capital, the immortal Earl's domain above the island, was already at rest when you arrived, and rest calls to rest the way silence calls to silence, and your body, heavier now with everything the island has given it, simply follows. You step inside. The warmth is not what you expected. Not warmth like fire, or like sunlight through cloth, or like the heat of a room where people have been gathered and talking. It is quieter than any of those. It settles across your skin the way the island itself settled into you. From the outside in, slow and even, until you cannot say precisely where the warmth ends and your own body begins. You are inside. The floor beneath your feet is stone, pale stone, almost white, worn smooth by time, into something closer to water than to rock. Your steps are soft on it. The sound you make moving through this space is less than the sound of breathing. The hallway before you is long. It does not seem to stretch toward anything in particular. It simply extends, unhurried, certain of itself, and the light along it is gold, low and constant, the kind of light that holds a room rather than illuminating it. You don't see the source of it. The light seems to come from the walls themselves, or from just behind them, filtered through material that softens everything it touches. You move forward. Your pace is slow without choosing to be slow. The space itself slows you. The air is very still. Each breath comes in cool and cedar-scented, and leaves warm, and the rhythm of it has settled into something deeper than thought. The first room opens to your left. The door is standing open, not ajar as if someone left in a hurry, but fully, deliberately open, the way a room is left open when it expects no one and needs nothing. You pause at the threshold without entering. The walls are jade. Not painted jade. Not the color of jade. Great slabs of it set into the structure. Seamless, each one slightly different in its shade of deep green, deep gray-green. The color the sea holds in its deepest places just before the light fails entirely. The surface of the walls catches the low gold light from the hallway and holds it, the way deep water holds the shape of a stone, long after the stone has sunk from view. The room is cool. Even from the doorway you feel it, a coolness that rises from the jade itself, slow and consistent, as old stone gives back the cold it has been keeping since long before you were born. You don't enter. You only look, and then you move on. Your shoulders are low. You notice this without effort. They simply are, no longer carrying whatever they carried when you first set out. Your hands hang open at your sides. Your jaw is soft. The hallway continues and you follow it, and the light moves with you, always low, always gold, never brighter than it needs to be. A second room, this one to the right. The door here is also open, and the walls are the same jade, but the floor is different, darker stone, set in a wide sipple pattern, circles within circles worn almost flat by time. In the center of the room, very low to the ground, is a table, pale wood, unadorned, holding nothing. The table has the quality of something that has always been exactly where it is. There's a stillness to it beyond even the stillness of the rest of the palace, as if this table, in this room, is the center of something, not a ceremony, not a ritual, but simply the center of a particular quality of quiet. You breathe in, cedar again, pine resin, and something under it, fainter, harder to name, the smell of very old wood and very old dark, the smell of a world that has been resting for a long time. You breathe out. The hallway opens then into a wider space, not quite a room, not quite a corridor, something in between. The ceiling here is higher, and the jade panels on either side are larger. Their green so deep in this light that they read almost as black, almost as the sea, almost as the northern sky you have been walking under since you arrived on this island. The gold light here is the same, low, even, steady, but there is more space for it, and it spreads across the pale floor in soft, overlapping shapes that shift almost imperceptibly as you move through them. Your body is very heavy now, not an uncomfortable heaviness, the heaviness of something set down that doesn't need to be picked up again, the heaviness of water finding its level. Each step you take is deliberate and quiet, and the palace receives it without sound. You pass a doorway hung with dark cloth, not silk exactly, something heavier, something that doesn't move in the still air, but simply hangs, absolute and settled. Through the gap at its edge you see more jade, more of that low gold warmth. Another room, another pocket of deep quiet in an already quiet world. You do not enter. You are not looking for anything. You are simply moving through this place the way breath moves through a body, because it is what the place invites, because your feet know the pace, because forward is still available even though it no longer carries urgency. Another hallway, narrower now and the ceiling lower. The stone beneath your feet changes, smoother here, almost warm despite itself, as if the low gold light has been falling on it long enough to give it something like body heat. The jade panels in this passage are small, square, set at intervals, each one a different depth of green. Some are pale enough to show veins of white, like rivers on a very old map. Some are so dark they're nearly opaque, holding nothing back, giving nothing away. You run your fingertips along one as you pass. It is smooth and cool, absolutely smooth, the kind of smooth that exists on the other side of time, where every roughness has been worn away, not by effort, but by patience, by the sheer accumulation of undisturbed years. The coolness of it moves up through your fingers and into your hand and settles there. It doesn't spread further. It simply stays. A small, quiet coolness in the palm of your hand. A reminder of what Jade is, what the island is, what this darkness has always been. You let your hand fall back to your side. The hallway ends. A room opens before you, larger than the others, wider and deeper, lit by the same low gold that has accompanied you through the whole palace. The walls here are entirely jade, floor to ceiling, and the floor is the pale stone again, smooth as still water. The ceiling is gold, not painted, or not only painted, but a deep, warm gold that seems to breathe very slowly in the low light, the way the surface of a lantern breathes when the flame inside it is turned almost to nothing. The room is empty. There is nothing in it but space and light and the cool emanation of jade and the smell of cedar and old wood and the cold, faint presence of an island that has been sitting in the northern sea since long before anyone came to name it. You stand in the middle of it. Your breathing is very slow now. In, cool, cedar, darkness. Out, warm, even, effortless. The gold above you holds still. The jade around you holds cool. The stone beneath you holds firm. This room has no purpose except to be what it is, and what it is a place where stillness has been allowed to deepen for so long that it has become its own kind of fullness. Not empty, not waiting, complete. The old text says this: the palace holds gold halls and jade rooms. Jintang Yushi, gold halls, jade rooms. Not gold that blinds or dazzles, not jade that impresses or overwhelms. Gold that glows, jade that cools. A palace built not for ceremony but for exactly this, the perfection of rest. You are not the first to stand here. You will not remember having stood here, not exactly, not with the sharpness of a waking memory. But the palace will hold you the way jade holds cold and gold holds warmth, quietly, completely, without effort. Your weight settles downward through the soles of your feet. The room does not change. The light does not shift. Somewhere very distant there is the faint sound of the island, the cold air moving through dark trees, the northern sea resting at the island's edge, but it reaches you here muffled by stone and jade and distance, softened into something barely distinguishable from silence. You are deep inside the grand dark capital now, and somewhere beyond this room, past another corridor and the cool dark air of the island's interior, there is a courtyard waiting, open to the northern sky, open to the darkness above, and without deciding to go there, you find that your feet have already turned toward it, moving slow, moving quiet, through the low gold light. The corridor opens without warning. One moment there is the low gold warmth of a hallway, the jade cool walls pressing gently on either side. And then the ceiling is gone and the sky is above you, and you are standing in the courtyard at the heart of the grand dark capital. You stop walking. You simply stop, the way water stops when it reaches a still place, and you stand there for a moment, looking up. The sky above the courtyard is the same sky that has been with you since you first turned northward, that deep, seamless dark, that is not night the way ordinary nights are night, but something older and more settled. No stars move. No wind crosses the open square of sky above you. It rests there, above the courtyard's four walls, like a ceiling made of the deepest kind of quiet. The courtyard is not small. The stone beneath your feet extends outward in all directions. Pale gray stone, smooth and cool, worn to a softness by time that cannot be measured. Around the edges, the gold halls of the palace rise up, their walls barely visible in the dark, but their light, that same low amber ember-soft light, glowing outward from their windows and their open doorways, laying gentle shapes of warmth across the pale stone floor. You notice without thinking about it that the light does not reach the center of the courtyard. Where you are standing, the stone is dark. Above you, the sky is dark. And it is entirely, simply enough. You move to the center of the courtyard and you sit down. The stone receives your weight the way stone always does here, without resistance, without urgency, as though it has been expecting you and is simply glad you arrived. The cold comes through the fabric against your legs, not harshly but with the clean honesty that cold has in a place like this. It is not the cold that warns you away, it is the cold that tells you the truth. You are here, you are real, the stone is real, the night is real, and none of it needs to be anything other than what it is. Your hands rest in your lap, your breathing slows, almost without your noticing. The gold light from the surrounding halls falls in soft, oblong shapes across the stone around you, not reaching you, but present, the way a lamp in a distant window is present, warm and unhurried, and not asking anything of you. You're between the light and the dark, sitting at the center of the courtyard, and for the first time since you left the lit world far behind, for the first time since you began walking northward through the cooling air and the deepening sky, there is nothing ahead of you, no path, no direction, just this. The cold air of the island moves through the courtyard slowly, carrying with it the smell you have come to know as Xuánzhōu's own, something green and deep, the breath of dark trees, the faint mineral sharpness of the northern sea resting at the island's edge far below. It reaches you across the pale stone and touches your face, gently, the way the cold has always touched you here, not to drive you inward, but to let you know you are outside, you are open, you are under the sky. Your shoulders have dropped very low, your jaw has softened completely, the weight of your body moves downward through the stone, down through whatever lies beneath the grand dark capital's foundations, down into the island itself, that dark, forested, sea-surrounded island that has never been interested in brightness, that has always understood rest as its deepest nature. The records say this place offers long life to those who drink its water. But sitting here now, in the open courtyard under the northern sky, you understand that the gift is not simply more years. The gift is this quality of time, time that does not press, time that does not demand, time that simply opens in all directions like this courtyard opens toward the dark sky above. Long life here means long rest, long stillness, long permission to be exactly where you are. The gold light from the eastern hall lays a warm shape across the stone, 3 or 4 arm lengths to your right. The gold light from the western hall does the same, to your left. You sit between them, in the cool dark center, and the symmetry of it feels like something you have always known, without having words for it. That warmth and dark are not opposites, that they can exist together like this, that you can be held by both at once. Your breathing is very slow now. Each breath in brings the cold island air, the trees, the sea, the stone, and each breath out releases something, though you could not say what. Simply something, something that was being carried, that no longer needs to be carried, that the dark courtyard of the grand dark capital is large enough to hold for you, quietly, without being asked. Far away at the edge of hearing, the northern sea moves against the island's shore, the softest sound, barely a sound, more a memory of sound, the way the ocean sometimes persists in the ear, long after you have left the water's edge. You do not need to see it. You know it is there, that vast, still, black-surfaced water, encircling the island, holding it in darkness, making it what it is. The cold comes through the stone again. The gold light holds its soft positions at the edges of the courtyard. The sky above you does not change. You are not waiting for anything. This is what the island has been trying to give you since your feet first touched its shore. Not the water, not the palace, not the jade rooms or the gold halls or the corridors warm with amber light. All of that was a path. All of that was the island walking gently, slowly toward this. A piece of pale stone in an open courtyard, the cold air on your face, the dark above, and the complete absence of anything that needs to be done. The silence here is not the silence of something missing. It is the silence of something complete, like a room where everything is in its place and no one needs to move anything. Like a night that has reached its deepest hour and simply rests there, in that depth, unhurried toward morning. Like the island itself, which has been sitting in the northern sea for longer than the records can say, in the cold and the dark, and has never once felt that it was lacking anything. Your eyes are soft. The gold shapes on the stone around you are soft. The dark above you is soft. A very faint sound moves through the courtyard. The cold air touching the edge of a roof somewhere. A whisper of stone and wind, and nothing more. It passes. The silence settles again, deeper than before. the way silence always deepens after a small sound moves through it. Your body is heavy on the stone, a good heaviness, the heaviness of having walked a long way and arrived, not at a destination exactly, but at a resting place, which is perhaps the only destination that has ever mattered. The courtyard holds you, the way the island holds the sea, the way the darkness holds the gold light at its edges, the way the northern sky holds everything beneath it, without effort, without condition, without wanting you to be anything other than what you are, which is here and still and breathing. The cold air moves again, softly. The gold light does not shift. Above you, the dark sky of the grand dark capital rests, settled and whole and without end. And somewhere in the depth of that darkness, so far above you that it feels like looking down rather than up, there is the same quality of stillness that is in the stone beneath you, that is in the air around you, that is moving slowly through your chest with every quiet breath. The island breathes, you breathe. They are nearly the same breath, nearly the same breath. And then without deciding to, you let your eyes close. The darkness behind them is not new. It is the same darkness you have been walking through since you first turned north, the same darkness that deepened above the road, that lay across the surface of the northern sea, that waited in the trees along the shore, that gathered softly in the corners of the gold halls. It was always here. You simply did not know yet that you were always moving toward it. The stone beneath you is cool and smooth. Your weight has settled fully into it, not resting on top of it, but belonging to it, the way a stone belongs to the ground it has always rested on. Your hands are open, your shoulders are soft. The air that moves across your face is the same cold, unhurried air it has been since the island first rose out of the dark water, still carrying the faint smell of stone and pine in the sea somewhere distant below. You breathe it in, you breathe it out. The gold light from the surrounding halls reaches you even now, even through closed eyes, not as brightness but as warmth at the edges of things, a low and steady glow that does not ask you to look at it. It is enough to know it is there. The darkness of the northern sky continues above you, not pressing down, not waiting for anything, simply present in the way that very old things are present, without needing to announce themselves. You are inside that darkness now, not beneath it, inside it. The boundary between the sky above and the darkness behind your eyes has grown very thin. On one side, the grand dark capital rests in its northern cold, its gold halls breathing quietly, its jade rooms holding their stillness, the courtyard open to a sky that has never needed the sun. On the other side, if there is another side, there is only this warmth, this weight, this breath slow and even, moving through you the way a river moves through stone, not forcing anything, not in any hurry, simply following the shape of what it finds. It has been here long before you arrived. It will be here when you are gone. But for now you are part of it. The weight of your body, one more quiet thing among all the quiet things the dark isle holds. The slow movement of your breathing, folded into the slow movement of its air. The immortal Errol's palace rests above the world. The northern sea rests around the island rests in the dark. And you rest within all of it, held without effort, settled without weight, present without needing to do anything at all with that presence. The cold is gentle. The dark is gentle. The stillness, which has been building since the road first turned north, since the sky first deepened past blue, since you first smelled the sea and understood you were going somewhere older than the places you had known. The stillness is complete. There is nothing left to walk toward. There is nothing left to find. The grand dark capital received you without ceremony, without dates, without conditions. It receives you still. The darkness of the sky and the darkness of the aisle and the darkness behind your eyes have become, without your doing anything to make it so, a single darkness, soft and deep and northern and complete. Your breath slows. The gold light holds at the edges of everything. The stone is cool. The air is still. You are here.